Going back to where the water tastes like salt. It's been a minute. Alright. So, I was thinking, might as well go all out with the RNG. You know, because funny. Five stacks of unstable genome. You will certainly not regret taking 5 stacks of unstable genome. Eight points left over. Stick them into toughness, will, 2 into int, and the last 2 for strength and agility. Very flat distribution, I know. Alright, now the hardest part. The name. As is tradition, starts with a P. The rest of it, here's a stupid but slightly original idea. Eenie. I already got fasting away. Wayfaring is pretty nice. Although let me just make sure. No, wait. Already have that one too. We'll go with the Salt Marsh. Salt Marsh. Here we are. Got a book. I walked Mograhi. You must seek out Barafrim the Old, the eldest and largest the matter which may be carried in the stone mother verdant things. The pattern of life is, without a healthy stock of yuckweed and honey in your language is, friend. Interesting. Set those 2 to autocollect. And let's explore. A historic hologram. Picks a scene from the history of the village Samas. In 887 after Reshef, the villagers of Samas demanded that the mayor surrender power, so the people could govern themselves. The 2 pillars of culture in Samas thus became democracy and spreading the gospel of painting. And another. In 905 after Reshef, Banner Knight Templars settled in Samas, unseating the people and imposing statutes that banned spreading the gospel of painting. At least they're still democratic, I guess. Moment to Village Tinker. My services are available if you have work to offer. Drifter. Are you aware of the shrine to Polishir, husband to Namu at Shapa? It is a wretched atrocity to the Banner Knight Templar colonist and everything else we value so highly. It would honor us much if you desecrated it. Will you? We will compensate you for your assistance. Yeah, I'll go do that. Don't see why not. Nothing to trade. There's the Warden. Lenilian steeds. Loved by the Wardens, admired by the villagers. Have some water. And a secret. The location of Shapa. Trader. Haven't talked to the Mechanimus convert yet. Wanderer, do you venture northwise into the great desert and near the 6 days still? Why do you ask? I would ask you make an offering at the sacred well of my bauble, moon and sun, I beg of you. And why can't you go? Friend, I would be a smoldering heap, cooked to death by the ray of a dawn glider. Would be a slug-riddled corpse by the rifles of the Isakari. There is no kindness in the great desert, and little more in the canyons. I cannot go and live. Alright, I'll go there eventually anyway, so give it a bubble. Moon and sun, friend. You have my deep and many-sided fangs. Here, take the trinket now, and if you're to ever return, let us visit again. Live and drink. See what the merchant has. Leather armor. Might as well maximize the odds. Some basic weaponry. Maybe. Damn, have to sell a bunch of stuff. And I don't feel like selling stuff. I'll just grab the armor. And the slugs. And shotgun shells. Oh, hey there, Billy. It goes pretty alright so far. Haven't played CUD in a minute. I do remember there being a lot of talking, so might have to go stock up on some water, which also means a lot of piss. But worry about that when I get to it. Anyway, haven't spoken to the governor, the watervine farmer, or the apothecary. Start with that guy. Kirushruhum. Cook your meals with yuckweed if you feel sick. Catch a disease early enough, you can kill it. Have any work? Find Hador Dadolf to the northwest. Live and drink. It would be the governor. Kinda disappointed these Banner Knights don't have anything to trade. I know there's one of these guys from the Templar that always have Eater's Nectar injectors. Would have been pretty cool if it was those guys. Anyway, welcome to the village of Samas Nomad. We are a tribe who venerate the Banner Knight Templar colonists and denounce those who violate the Banner Knight Templar colonists. Come with me, you may drink of our fresh water and quench your thirst. Looking for work? Friend, have you heard of the godly clay jug at Shaba? It is a venerable relic to us. Often we make pilgrimages to drink from it and contemplate the Banner Knight Templar colonist. It would honor us if you would do it yourself. What do you say? We'll pay you for your services. Shaba? Yeah, I was going there anyway. Alright. And maybe have some... Hell, I was gonna say maybe have some water, but unshelled reptile and insects, which are both currently hostile. But I would like to eventually become loved by everyone. It's not gonna happen if you have my water. Probably. Maybe. Right. And what do they eat here? In this place where they live in dragonfly chitin tents. Apple lag root loaf. It's half decent, actually. Alright. Shaba's up over there. Over in the canyons. Not gonna go there just yet. Try and hopefully not fail to beat this crocodile to death. It's not looking great. Little bit better this time. There we go. Another one. Back it on up. Backed up too much. Well, he's gonna have healed the whole way up too. Or not. Feisty these ones. But at least our health regen seems kinda bad. Alright. I think I just need one more of those and I'll get a level. Or is it two? Whatever it is, I'm gonna achieve it. Oh hey, a bunch of dudes. And I've already got better armor. first level. And first pig. Disintegrate, Sundermine, teleport. Let's go teleport. And give it an immediate level up. Not sure what skill I want to go for first. Guess picking a weapon skill would be a good idea. Could just grab the first level of short blades. And then, even if I don't get something like double muscled or triple jointed, I can always just use, what is it? Gaslight Carissa, and then that other one with the Vibro Blade. Or Vibro Dagger. Yeah, probably a good idea. A painted bronze dagger. Painted with a scene from the life of the ancient Sultan, Ufrimasp. While wandering around Tuk, Ufrimasp discovered Temir Steeple. There he befriended dogs, and penned a historical account. Now we know where Tuk is. Where is that anyway? Just south of the Freehold. Not gonna be going there anytime soon. Pretty strong hit. For a snapshot, anyway. Enough of the fight here. The lair of Huizoloctl. Definitely not how it's pronounced, but there be crocodiles here. And also mutations. Mass mind, quills, or double muscled. Oh, mass mind's a great way to build up a whole bunch of glimmer. But I don't think I'm gonna be wanting to do that. Don't like quills. They're just not very good. So, default option, double muscled. Stick a level in it. And the attribute point, stick it in int. Could grab tinkering right away. Save up for customs and folklore. Could grab rifles or pistols. Or all kinds of things, really. I think I'll go straight into tinkering. A chem cell. Useful trinket. I am kinda looking for, what's his face? The oddly hued glow pad. Get a little bit of that consortium rip. Maybe if I have enough secrets for him, I can get Snake Oiler right away. An engraved hand axe. Grave of a scene from the life of the ancient Sultan Reshef. One starry evening, a babe was found swaddled with its mouth full of circuits by a group of Beetles in Red Rock. They took him into their fold and fostered him, and he became known as Reshef, the coiled lamp of Beetles. That one has a gun. Run. Alright. He, ran out of bullets, clearly. Steel weapon. Collect those, sell them later. Cracked my armor. Shotgun. Nice. A hat. Wear that. And a weird artifact. Freezing staff. With a chem cell. Small mossy tube. What's in the tube? Alcuddy. Right, got a little bit of levels, a little bit of gear. Could probably go right over to Red Rock. The only issue is, the obligatory slumberling that's gonna be there is probably gonna, you know, punch me in the face so hard I explode into at least, like, 5 different pieces. I would like to avoid that. terrain stock seems thick here. Must be the right spot. There he is. Hey, could I interest you in some consortium wares? Let me have a look at you. Loved by the consortium, hated by the villagers of Agamas for refusing them entrance to a local library. Kind of a rude thing to do, but have some water. No secrets to share. This flexi vest has an image of the ancient Sultan Polishir. Inside a colossal hourglass, Polishir cemented his friendship with electricians by marrying Namu. Good for him. That is a fancy dagger right there, but I don't need it that bad. If you had a regular glow sphere, I'd almost certainly try to buy that. Not that I think I could afford it without selling books. I'll just grab a little bit of water. I'll be back. Shrine to Reshef. In 3 after Reshef, Reshef cleansed the marshlands of the plagues of the Gyre, and taught Abram to sow water vine along its fertile tracks. Shrine to Urithmasp, the Sapper Woe. In 2386 before Reshef, Uthrimasp pillaged all of Wazumas, kidnapping the smartest children from the homes of crabs and beetles. He became known as the Bane of Wazumas. And where would that be? Not all that far. I think that counts as being in the mountains. Or hills, to be more specific. Pretty sure it's not in the canyons, but easiest way to tell would be going over there. And I don't feel like doing that right now. Gonna be slimes around here. Gonna move right on. Or maybe there won't be slimes, considering I haven't seen any. Monkey. A lot of them. Oh, ooh, hoo, ooh, ah, ah, ooh, ee. The 7-ringed baboon demagogue. Loved by baboons, hated by the villagers of Elipir, for lighting a beacon fire to warn their enemies. Just gonna avoid that. Or monkey. A kudzu symbiote. Maybe I just use the map. Kind of a worse position, isn't it? That's fine. Got a level. I'll bump up strength. Got a nice 20 for a +2 bonus. How exciting. Droid Scrambler. Saw a blue one over there. I'm just gonna skip Red Rock for now. Then the next best spot to go right now would be probably Shapa. Notice some ruins. Check them out. That's a lot of fucking snapjaws. And a crab. Thankfully, they did not chase. Rummaging over your surroundings, you find these ingredients: a wisp of scalding steam, a modest flake of shale, and some salvaged sesame. Toss them into a pot and stir. You can barely tell it's just about nothing but water. Also, fuck, that's a lot of snapjaws. Maybe I should have prepared some more. At least I have shotgun. That bird is angry. But why? Oh, right. Shotgun. Oh, that one's unique. Boofoo, boofoo, aqua zoof, the nameless snapjaw Todd Eater. Loved by the snapjaws, disliked by highly entropic beings for refusing them entrance to a local library, disliked by the seekers of the sightless way for stealing a cherished heirloom, and hated by the Gersh for digging up the remains of their ancestors. I was gonna kill you anyway, but I've got 3 extra reasons to do it now. Not liking how this is looking, however. Back up a bit. Have some bark. And keep backing up. There he is again. Damn, this guy's strong. And I just cornered myself. That's what I would say if I didn't have teleport. Have some more bark. Oh damn. Good thing I had sprint. But I think I'm gonna need more than just sprint if I want to win. Teleport. Big. More bark. Don't think I can deal with turtles, and also holy shit, you're still chasing me. Do I have anything I can use? Hulk honey. Surely it'll be worth it. Alright. Time to kill. Alright. Did not work as well as I thought it would. Teleport still on cooldown. Alright. 1 health, but not dead. Now they're busy fighting one of the turtles. 2 of the turtles. Seem to be winning. Alright. Took way too many resources, but the Snapjaw's down. Now despised by Snapjaws. And I'm slightly more tolerated by the Gersh. Just gonna yoink this and leave. Definitely not ready for the hills. Or canyons. Weird artifact. Stun rod. And another stun rod. Tempting to use it. but I'm not gonna bother. That's a salt hopper. I'm just gonna go right back over here. Bing bale. Think it's identical stats to my current armor, but it is worth more and weighs less. Some gloves. I already have gloves. The village of Shaba. Finally. A salamander. Her head bears a tattoo of a scene from the history of the village Shapa. Before the first friend roamed Cud, on the first day of autumn, Monsieur Roar founded Shapa with a parabolic muscular subroutine implant in each hand. For the rest of Shapa's life, the villagers of Shapa were known as the people of the parabolic muscular subroutine implant. And then this one, or Tetley Laden, on his left forefoot has a tattoo from a scene of the history of the village. On the night of a full moon, Caw grew tired of chirping at piers and voyaged to a place nestled in the crumbling shale. There he came upon Shapa and its inhabitants. Bird name settled down among the villagers. Shrine to Polishir, husband to Namu. Throughout the entirety of 3962 before Reshef, Polishir wreaked havoc on all of Suruk, conducting midnight raids on the villages of insects and roots. He became known as the Suruk Woe. Suruk is over in the Rainbow Wood, or the jungle. It's like right on the edge of it. Hello, bird. I'm looking for work. Looks around warily. Nomad. My idea is nearly complete. There is but one more step. I need someone to go to Miratum the 13th and drink from the Ruri glass bottle there. No, I cannot tell you why. What say you? I will reward your services. Speak to no one of this. Well, go drink from the bird glass bottle, I guess. I think I had to drink from this clay jug, and I also had to go desecrate that statue. Alright, so godly clay jug, full of oil. Genome enters an excited state. More double-muscled. And on second thought, I'm not actually gonna drink from it. balsamic meat baklava. Whenever you take damage, there's a 9% chance or you get 35% max HP for 1 hour. Again, surprisingly decent. Feel like I'm forgetting something again. I think I'll hold on to the points until I have enough to afford Scavenger, Customs and Folklore, and Trash Divining, which would be 400 points, and a couple more attribute points into Intelligence. On second thought, maybe I don't do that. I don't know. Right. So where the heck was that thing he wanted me to go do? Miritum the 13th. Right there. Over in the hills. Well, gonna go back to Samas, hand in that quest. Have to talk to Hador. Yo, I totally drank from the jug. Traveler, you have our thanks. You've proven yourself a friend to our village. Take this recoiler and return whenever your throat is dry. And mission for the Baraphramites. An engraved, folded carbide dagger with information about Polyphremasp. At the Battle of Tugamas, Polyphremasp fought to liberate vines. She wielded a traveling axe with such finesse that it became forever known as the Travelingicus Vine's friend. We got steel plate armor. And also chainmail. Don't really have all that much money. Alright. See if I am strong enough to take out one turtle. Yes. Just have to smack the shit out of it, but I can get it done. As long as there's only one. No longer lost. In the historical site of Wazamas. Face to face with a turret. Alright. Ego projection, disintegration, force bubble. I know disintegration's good, and I also know I've managed to kill myself using it. So, force bubble. I level up teleport, the uncertainty radius keeps going down, and the cooldown. If I upgrade force bubble, more duration. I'll go with that one. Grab tactful. Can't help but notice I'm pushing all this stuff around. Cool down back. Kinda worried though that at this level of armor value, one of those musket turrets probably could get a lucky crit and just instantly delete me. Maybe I leave this spot for later. What I would say, if I could get out of here. Implants and shit. More dudes, more turrets. Still hostiles nearby. Hopefully there's nothing horrifying here. But in between the force bubble and the teleport, I should be safe. See you over there. Don't wanna really fuck with that without an easy way to get right back off the map. Just gonna secure this area. Alright, he's fought someone and lost. Statue of Reshef. In 6 AR, Reshef, the above, ghost in cerulean, the coiled lamb of Beethoven, died of natural causes. He was 216 years old. Oh hey, it's the thing I was looking for. Have a sip. Now the fun choice. Carapace is pretty damn good. Triple jointed is pretty damn nice. And Stunning Force is probably one of my favorite mental mutations. You know, because it's just everything in an area. Just bam, damage. I feel like I should go Carapace. But I also want the other two. Damn it. Let me have a sip and I'll think about it some more. Alright, I've decided. I'm gonna go with triple jointed. Set that to auto-collect. This is good until base rank to 3, mutation rank increased by rapid advancement 1 time. So that'll go up to 6. Oh, hey there, Ghost. It has been a while. And I do indeed have a sub button. It's no obligation, of course. Be kind of rude to imply that it is. Pretend I didn't mention it. But I do appreciate it. Alright. Just in the middle of thinking of what I want to level up. So indecisive lately. Go with triple jointed. Did I see what I think I just saw? Hell yeah, symbiotic firefly. Already wearing the Crocs. Oh hey, picked this up at some point. What kind of cell is it? Gyre iron solar cell. Very nice. I did pick up the recoilers just earlier. Gonna have to keep that in mind. It does have a nice little synergy with the bubble. Some ruins. Discovered Schwilischer. Another symbiotic firefly. Suddenly it's not feeling so special that I found that first one. But at least they have a pretty good sale price. Oh hey, books. And refraction waves is suspended. I also heard Kendron, the great coven of beings known as Reshef. The slag was mined and molded into a pair of fly-like fore and mid-legs, while a livid pale gray is associated with them. A side you can buy. Ray's Carfax, silver-haired, who dashes down the barrel steel from a goat, or tomb ferret, and it's always a very thick haze. Starting to think I might be strong enough now to go do Red Rock. You know, now that I can survive probably like one hit from a slumberling, in case the funny thing happens. Oh yeah, they did that change, shoot. I forget exactly when, but it was a little bit before the last time I played this on stream. And yeah, it is a pretty nice change. You still have the occasional books that's the full 7 to 12 pages or whatever of just total nonsense. But them being little excerpts certainly makes it easier to look at all of them. Especially because the ruin of House Eisner still works the way it did earlier. In the sense of you have to find both parts of the coordinates from books, and they do show up in those little excerpts. That being said, it's still kind of like winning the lottery actually finding that thing. Nearly made it. Getting hungry. Rummaging over your surroundings, you find these ingredients: a nip of rust, a salt hopper's left mid-leg, a clear salt hopper's left mid-leg, and a luminous salt hopper wing. Mid-legs must be the good legs. A painted iron vine reaper. While traveling alone in the Tinkerer's aristocracy of Kakish, Polishir contemplated the nature of things in solitude. From that day forth, he always kept some inkwells hidden on his person. And now we know where Kakish is. It is in the lake. Not going there anytime soon. Masterwork sword. Salt hopper. Not hostile. Huh. Maybe the last one I saw also wasn't hostile. In which case I kinda freaked out and ran away for nothing. slamming the shit out of this turtle. And now the second turtle. Alright. Who? Oh, right. Mr. Bird Sounds. Right over here. I, drank from that glass bottle you left over there. Thank you for your service, traveler. Our village owes you a debt. For now, please choose a reward from our stockpile as payment for your service. A small sphere of negative weight, or a Schrodinger's page, or some village I haven't been to. What a difficult choice. Alright. So I am technically done with this village. So now I need to go desecrate that shrine to polish here. This one. And I forget, I do remember testing it. I don't remember what the result was. If everyone gets really mad when you desecrate. Just have to go collect some blood. Oh geez. Try again. Wait, close enough. Let's try a different direction. Alright, got that blood. That's great. Well, the immediate witness did not give a damn. So it was probably fine all along. Speak to Momet. The Tinker. I, smeared that statue in blood for you. Advertisements for a shoemaker, armor, and gutsmonger. Bioscanning bracelet or a bunch of injectors. I'll take the advertisements. Four west, 4 north of Red Rock. Pretty close by. 8 west, 5 south of Almond Porch. A little bit further away. And 10 west, 3 south of the It Freehold. That one is pretty far. Okay, now for some Red Rock. Soon as I get there. Soon as I stop getting lost all the time. Still not even out of the outskirts. Okay. Beware of Ape. Level 8. Still missing one attribute point to get Thrash Divining. So I'm just gonna keep holding on to those points. It's not like I have to have both at the same time, but I'd prefer it that way. Blue Monkey. A lot more of them over there. Let's just go down the tunnel. Jewel-encrusted desert Chris. Statue. Shrine to Polyphremasp, the worldly ghost. In 4946 before Reshef, the people of Qud learned that Polyphremasp life had secretly been saved with cybernetic surgery. Despite reports of the contrary, Polyphremasp was alive and well. She was known thenceforth as the Worldly Ghost. There's a purple gel over there. Octateles, gelatinous prism pariah. Loved by pariahs, hated by beetles, hated by equines. And it's got a pair of wings on it. Exudes loudly. Damn, can't believe that guy lost. Free glow sphere. Oh, since I do have the Firefly, I could be dual-wielding knives. Yeah, that's probably a good idea. Especially since I have double-muscled. Stick the sharp knife in there. Drop all the torches. No sight of the slumberling so far. Pair of Fullerite boots. The lightweight version too. Although, without the Crocs on, I'm gonna have to deal with all those bugs now. Fine enough. A Fu-Boo-Boo, the hulking Snapjaw Todd Eater. Loved by Snapjaws, not Slapjaws, totally different creature. Disliked by succulents for reprogramming their favorite robot. Disliked by the Isakari tribe for torching one of their villages. And disliked by the villagers of Kabipur for repeatedly beating them at dice. No obvious mutations on the outside. But if I can stunlock them, won't have to worry about it. Not quite doing it. Shotgun. Shield. Shotgun again. Isakari tribe is now indifferent. Some steel boots. And a fettered buckler. Probably not worth trying to sell. Lots of angry plants. No sign of a Gershling. There it is. And another one. How much XP do I get for these anyway? 90. Not terribly much at level 8. Getting hungry. Rummaging over your surroundings, you find these ingredients: a boar tooth, a dash of abandoned Equimax hair, a swathed diaphanous wing, and a sprinkle of joined bulgur. Sounds tasty. Alright, now, before moving on to the next screen, it's time to go piss. Be right back. Alright, I'm back. With another drink. Never have too many of those. Except for when you do. Anyway, what is one step this way? Distant snapjaws. Also surprisingly, even without... Oh, no wait. It wouldn't be the Crocs. It'd be this thing. 400 reputation. That would do it. So I'm doing that thing again where I don't speak loud enough. Let me fix that. Alright. Slime. Kill. That's a lot of ooze. Not going in there. We are under attack by pig. Gotta remember I've got the bubble, because I probably could have just popped that and ran right at him. Instead of doing the usual thing of hiding around corners and waiting for him to come to me. Or, I don't know, I didn't check. Spider. Alright. Last mutation from the unstable genome. Heightened quickness, two-hearted, clairvoyance. These are all pretty good. But I can only pick one. No, clairvoyance is a lot better once you've got it leveled up enough. Instead it just reveals the whole map. Quickness is, well, quickness. And more toughness is pretty alright. I'll go with quickness. And immediately start leveling up the quickness. Point and int. Trash divining. And scavenging. And now we collect the garbage. Gonna have to go back up through a red rock actually. Amber tipped staff. So I'm thinking Maybe I go back up now rather than later. Found the lair of Sis is Sifu Sufis, legendary Scorpiok. Discovered the location of Sphere Forth Nabir. Discovered Forgotten Ruins. More Forgotten Ruins. And there's still apes here, but there's also a lot of garbage. Discovered the following conclusion. Ragmensch impersonated a leader of the villagers of Kanaleb. You rusted my dagger, you bastard. And my sword. How rude. It's a lot of monkey. Oh, that's why that one's not going down quick. It's Hu-U-Ai, the 8-ringed baboon queen. Loved by the baboons and the vines, hated by the villagers of Agamas, eating all their fruit. Wouldn't happen to have a love injector on me, right? Maybe whatever this is. Salve. Not quite the right thing. Run over here. Teleport over there. And back down. Sure is nice having a bubble. Chainmail. Don't mind if I do. The situation looks bad. Literally, just leave. It's that easy. Oh hey, new knife. Bounding boots. Not gonna wear them, but I'm sure they sell. Probably not that bad. I don't remember. Fungicide. There's the bones. No Jasper. Another sphere and a pickaxe. Don't need to bother with the helmet. Painted bronze maze. An image of the ancient Sultan Shalashid II. At dusk, under a strange and pistachio sky, the people of Merak Cave saw an image on the horizon that looked like a prism bathed in pistachio. It was Shalashid II, and after she came and left Merak Cave, the people built a monument to her, and thenceforth called her Prism in Pistachio. Well, I guess it's better than an almond sky. Painted quilted shawl. With an image from Sultan Reshef. After conferring with mysterious strangers, Reshef convinced them to help him found a harborage for the purpose of receiving visitors from across the clustered cosmos. They named it Starfarer's Quay. Pretty sure it's not pronounced that way, but it's a little late for that, isn't it? Painted short bow. While wandering around the Tinker's aristocracy of Kakish. No wait. Reading the rest of it, I don't think I've read it before, even though it starts the same. So let's try again. While wandering around the Tinker's aristocracy of Kakish, Polishir discovered the hamlet of Duilashan. There, he befriended oozes and recorded the events of the last year of his life. Or bits for the pile. Not terribly accurate with this, but I guess it doesn't have to be. Discovered the location of a sapweep. Should be getting towards the end of the river. I haven't exactly been counting the cells. Level 10. Swell with inspiration to name my steel dagger. Now I'm kinda curious. What would a nullworm call this? The worm. For some reason, that's not very surprising. And yet, I did not expect it. Some stairs going up. I'm not at the end of the river yet. Unless if I am. Not sure yet. Another steel knife. Painted cloth robe with an image of ancient Sultan Shalashid II throughout the entirety of 5822 before Reshef. Shalashid II plundered all of the glassblower's democracy of Shazapad, shattering all of the glass in the homes of highly entropic beings and mollusks. She became known as the Woe of Shazapad. Still a more river to go. Turtle. Burlo Lamab, the Querulous. Loved by tortoises, hated by the villagers of Samas for lighting a beacon fire to warn their enemies, and hated by trolls for worshipping a highly entropic being. Not sure if I want to kill that turtle or not. I guess I should. Oh hey. Pig. Famished. I'll be right back. Don't you go anywhere, Mr. Turtle. Sprinkle of paprika, a soybean, and a dram of Empyrean rust. Yeah, that's probably got enough nutrients. Discover the location of Iramrod. And it is done. The turtles do not like me all that much, but they still tolerate me. Ish. Small rosy tube. Shade oil. Some night fishing goggles. A nano-nomadic jackhammer. Looking like this is the end of the river. Still no slumberling. Although I have ran into one in the caves going back up to the ruins of Joppa. So I'm definitely starting to think I'd prefer having a better light source rather than a second knife. Oh, I forgot I had a mutation point. Double muscled is up at 6. Need to bring triple jointed up to 5 if I want another bonus. More quickness. and I can start investing into a new skill if I want to. Since I've got triple jointed, pistols would actually be a pretty decent idea. Then there's also the quickness. Thing is though is, I don't have a pistol. I have a shotgun. Kind of a bad one, and I'm running out of ammo. So hold on to the points for now, but I will try to find a pistol. Little slime in this layer. A book. A painted short bow. In 5757 before Reshef, Shalashit II, the glazed progeny of fish, the woe of Shazopod, Prism and Pistachio, wife to Shawan, partner to Gararos, the pistachio woe of Tuk, the Kakish Bane, died of natural causes. She was 84 years old. 84 and that many titles. Last level before the surface. Shrine to Shalashid I, gleaming babe of crabs. In 6167 before Reshef, Shalashid, gleaming babe of crabs, Peridot Waker, partner of Elitara, died of natural causes. She was 103 years old. And we're back up here. Alright. Swing on by the oddly colored glow pad. Get back here. Crocodile. Be gone. And lost again. Maybe I should invest the points into wayfaring. Wrong spot. Where was it again? Right there. Next to the village. Some ruins. Dodecahedron 24th Meritum. Glow Crow and member of the Shalashidian flock. Is this a ruin? Or, well, of course it's a ruin. I meant like, the other ruin. Know what I mean? Historic site. Yeah, that's the word I was looking for. Well, 2 words. You get what I mean. Down here and fight me, bird. Or don't. So many birds. Anytime now. There we go. Dang birds and their wings. Bunch of shoot crabs. No vent for him though. Problem in algebra. Complete output file. Love.log. Information floweth through Nakam. Ograyi as a consortium lockbox rattles with jewels, shards of an inch, and this may express a strong one. And I was able to locate their secret village, Bela. And sickening honey mist about 4th edition. No, toe. I write by a chrome lever. And form geometrical. The ground shake, but the sight of you is yet a pall of ennui among some. But such external pressure will be admitted as an atom. Surely they're gonna run out of birds eventually. No stairways going down. Guess we're done with this place. Tell them about Yashwarak, legendary armor. And now I have enough for Snake Oiler. Also tell him of Ikat, legendary shoemaker. And now the Snake Oiler. I can trade good now. Polarite gauntlets. Bunch of artifacts in a tube. Low spheres. For steel dagger. A chrome revolver. Did say I wanted one of those. See how much I get from trading in all this steel. Sell the implants too. As much as I wish I could make use of them, I cannot. Total trade goods adds up to just a bit less than 1,000 drams. That would be enough for a floating glow sphere, a steel dagger. Although I could get the Polarite gauntlets instead of the glow sphere. Kinda heavy though. Yeah, won't bother. Grab the milky tube. And one of the cheap artifacts. Sphinx salt. Fix it spray foam. Not immediately valuable, but could be. Think I'm done with the Firefly. Only thing I'm really losing is the reputation with insects, which has been nice, but I think I can do without it now. I also had a chance to buy a pistol. It's kind of expensive for a not very good firearm, but I'll take it anyways. Trade in the glow sphere, couple of chem cells. Although, also do have these. Maybe I keep the glow sphere. Alright, I now have a singular gun. That's worse than the last gun, but whatever. Make it work. Alright. Next spot I could go to... I'd go to the Rusted Archway. Although, I'd like a little bit more armor value before I do that. Just because of the Gatling turrets. Then I have Oasamas. There were a lot of sentries there, but they were just musket sentries. So I think I'll go there. Stepped on a fungicide mine. Saw the miner run over this way. Lost track of it. Maybe he went the other way. Hendren, please, take care. Eskanai, drowning in grief. And Fiscal Plane, Volume 1. About the same way to Finker by the rifles of my lodging. Have. Amazing work, Kendrin. You must gather these entrails, the body of the Elder Sads and Sultans. Star beings had assembled a coven of beings that spanned the world. Level 11. Very cool. I'd keep boosting up quickness. Or I can boost triple jointed and then next level up, I can get a +4 to agility. Quickness. Rather shoot faster than smarter. More grit. Of condensed star gas. Oh hey, it's Scholarly Frog. How you doing? I was just reading a book. A heart of icon, or no wait, a heart icon indicates that you, yeah, tripping over my words. I'm all nervous. Try that again. A heart icon indicates that your attack missed. Thank you, book. Very cool. Free oil. Scoop that up. Fungicide all over the place. Sure that won't cause any negative health effects in 10 years. Screw sorting friend has altered my. Rejoice. The joining is through. Their union is consummated. Today, children, I speak on the summer solstice. Brains reeling from the operating system known as Frogbot. But you've fixed the timer system because of an update that you've been putting off. Oh, good job getting it done. even if it was later than you hoped it would be. As I'm sure I don't have to remind you about my banana bread issue. Takes about an hour to make, takes about 4 hours to want to make it. Let me have another sip before the next book. Yep, as long as you get it done. Anyway, other place is rendered. I am not a mare, nor even a very small that they survive. Copper nug. Lots of centipedes. More nugs. Discover the location of Arabadale, Goatfolk Village. Town the rain will bring down. I am loath to touch it. Or Not I, Volume 3. He pointed to a pair of threads into a river. The tattoo gun of Given Fought, 2nd edition. The spoils of the cryptic proclamation. Enormously wider, 4th edition. Come with me. Something during the day, 3rd edition. Don't be trouble. Dies and Descended. Noah Skine wrote that. And he's very. Set a spell, if you dare. I dream of returning. Several of the mask and him in a few fractions for Zem to even. Wait, not fractions. Factions. Totally different. Let me try that again. Several of the mask and him in a few factions for Zem to even mention this notion to the honing of my trinket. Then, did he need something? And that's a floor 1. See if they have more books down there. Skunk. Wendell and Deadpale are tattooed. Volume 6. Eastward, they recess towards Whitecomb, at the hands into high performance. What could it mean? Or skunk. A ticking vent. Let me just... What's that door? Hello, dying animal. You are skilled. Perhaps if you are safe, Moon King. Not supposed to call me that. Dusk from a Priest, 3rd edition. Goek, Gyub, Mac, and Many Eyes build a new level. So far, this is not the most exciting of historic ruins, but it is quite lucrative. Plenty of easy bullets from all those turrets. And plenty of books, as always. Bedroom window looked due west. 1. Thus, if Ben Ledi be half hazed, then the limit of visibility will be much prettier. Herself, now and so. I recall no promise to have relation with each step lifted, flattening wide again when placed. When she's joined by her sisters. That said, it might have been dyed and sewn into a geometrically patterned Talma. His waking dream? Question mark. Enter then, traveler. Discover the location of Tamish. Piece together the clues to arrive at the conclusion. Inside a colossal mote of light, Shalashid cemented her friendship with Tinkers by marrying Halitara. Very interesting. That's a lot of robots. That one's got a gun. I'll be taking that. Right, looks like 8 armor is plenty good for this place. As long as I don't do shit like that. Glow sphere. Some axes. Go take out that turret. That craft the murmur. Thank you. For an anchor point, that is you who must figure it out. Indigo under a crumbling tomb. From pale sea to appease him. Ren Visit Good. Volume 7. Following the regicide of Mehmet I, Cud inherited its first foreign-born ruler. Specially aimed at someone else. Veered on the detection and interpretation of the skill you are an order similar to that clam right yonder. Cave under the shell, and it lay. Search the region surrounding Joppa for another artifact. Whatever you say, book. That was a thermal miner. Means watch out for fire. Also, I should set it up to automatically collect the oil, instead of doing it all manually all the time. Level 12. +1 to all attributes. Keep putting points into double muscled. And I think I will. Got a +4 bonus now. Throw a Kimbo on there. Alright, we're starting to look pretty lethal. True when he may be. Beware them, for while they despise all mutants, they harbor a special malice for Barafroom. They will effectively be apprentices. The art historical record is fragmented but wrought with examples. And strong fiber that pulls. I'm loath to recognize nobility to begin with, and I now work in the village. There's a path of the rising of dew from the wooden arrow, but its colorful fletching remains pristine. Drama slime. Never know when you might need it. Laced fingers sway in gentle tones. This condensation of the brilliant auroral display, yet, as the whole they approach more nearly to that clam right yonder. Fit into subcutaneous sheet. Why do we gain from felling trees by saw? Our village shall not to visit without a healthy stock of Ipisis. Molecularly altered it into a scarlet color. Elders to contain. Here, speak to my own inquiries. I find myself amused at cause rest, for it can be accounted for by hemp rope. And I'm hungry. What do we got? A diaphanous wing, an embossed chameleon horn, a dram of dog hair, and some tasteful seed spit. Tasty. His eyes are ultra keen. Bell sketched a parabola. Carfax sculpted the torus. Horns and she pokes out her sleeve. The latter scenario is the nature of Kindrish's theft. Joppa have feasted, Volume 4. Glorious Shekinah, praise be upon Shekinah, for whose exalted touch brought forth shining engines from within the caverns of Cud. Droop to couch ireful. All Hindran names end in the river. Then the Okils about 15 times every minute. Hue of glee. Oh, yes. This does indicate that some kind of motion and produces spark. Den can walk. But here? Gershlings this far west? There must be recollected that this radiating vibration in a frog for a moment did my recognition last before the fate of the round mud oven. And with their fuse and wit, I have taken it upon every side, caused by two sections of the tail. Poison into his. Does it bring exaltation of control, or relief from a banner when I know not? Iris, the two poles. Rhodos eventually reached Perth, but the matter which may have been its agent here. Stone Idol of Oborokuru, Whittle, 5th edition. I've missed her so much. Can't help but feel like I'm forgetting something that was really important. Let me look at something real quick. Okay, now, only thing I was forgetting to do was sip my drink. Alright, more books. A wrist fan. Spindle. Why? Is it so? Only a great deal. Only hope D's. Set a spell. If you're immune to heat exhaustion, or met fates worse still. Until in 866 PP, he dispatched envoys into the puffer's stem. Breeze Grenade Mark 1. Wrongfully accused, and you. Voice transmitting the through panel. Be gone, Wayfarer. Relief folds. Talk to Ajira. Different kind of matter. Your movement speed is 100. Accurate. Of age has caused an extra patch. So blame birds. The point of harmony. If an evil thought, projected with malefic intent, strikes such a power as our... ... Clockwork Beetles. Just close that door. Shrine to Polisher, the Kakish Scourge. In 3947 before Reshef, Polisher ravaged all of the Tinker's aristocracy of Kakish, conducting midnight raids on the villages of hermits and urchins. He became known as the Kakish Scourge. Abdominal balloon puffed out to rebuff. Amaranthan dream. The heights within ourselves we might be breached. Beetles have breached the door. Why does Mograyi conceal this form? Oh, how the Slymph may feel unwelcome for some considerable time, and it forms a waxfall through the boundary. A verse chosen. The earth also revolves around, or about the birth and life of deep sympathy. The lighter green indicating appreciation of a vandal's edit. There, the soft strokes of time's brush. Hands attach, unabridged. On the right angle to the vents of tarnished chrome. Once performed hydro something. There's a dweller here too, and before the chanting in sync with the colorful abrasions of Chiliads and the sum-strung birds, I... ... An engraved metal folding chair. After trading with hermits, Ufremasp convinced them to help and found a workshop in the gambler's autarky of Timor for the purposes of glass-blowing inkwells. They named it the Inquisitive Workshop. Flats themselves are radiant and rustle. Oh. Don't like the latter to move, and that the other may possess sight of chrome, but to have a change, at least those who hear it. And hammer for working leather and tide. Regardless, we were betrayed, brought low by the pressurization of symmetry. Now follow a sagging curve toward the wet leg meat. Of Elsing. What is this a question trig? I suppose both of us were beginning to catch the lights and wishes away the monster. Mats on an iron sarcophagus, 2nd edition. If that number meets or exceeds the difficulty, you pass. Inch and this is 1. Give her your parting words, utensil. And just call someone a tool like a normal person. Woolly rocks made their nest. Volume 2. You may notice more of us. Shades of blue all indicate religious feeling, and range through all the way and shed the door. While Scaran men died quake behind his fore, so burying not the baron in a mortar, simmered in brine, and congealed. And simple rectangles depict the ape god, 2nd edition. Yes, you understand destroying. That I do. Much crop as possible. You are given persistent will and word. Some normality, gas. Coming from that vent over there. The weird artifacts. Flaming bronze longsword. And poison gas. That, nothing. We go. Pray. The weight loss of the way. I can think of some better advice. Vehicle of this former prison that thou. Before any of them. But there is not my trust that was misplaced, but my light shineth elsewhere. Of any kind. You, is it truly you? Are you suggesting that the ether, it could evaporate to emotional humidity? Yeah, I guess so. An entity and I must first. I am a daughter of exile who lives there is no phenomenon in the hundreds. Incised by the tyrant. Unabridged. Eventually his sister read to them. Me a few recoilers. In the outpost of the verse we penned, in the well-known seal of the motley lives of his nape by a furcate chassis, and embellished with a larger proportion of the Rothschild Empire. When next within, unabridged, I stood still, and extending beyond 5th edition. I can vote myself out. Holy Rhombus Assign, Volume 3. Join your strength score determines the velocity of a hefty, double-fisted truncheon. Of Sepal Jade. String net liquids. They are all dying animals, scrabbling for what you've busted, and I'll repair 'em. In irradiating darkness, coming from anyone else, and peeling bits of stories and places. Cloud one cannot. The rain spores in turn colonized her new home, and I fear the sludges. Huh. Must be a book about the Rainbow Woods. Occupation as the terminology which had. But I daren't go. A lot of trees here, and a pretty looking chest. Freezing Dirk of Wasomas. +2 to hit. And it's got a lot of freezing damage. Stick a solar cell in there. Whip it in the offhand. Fatally curious. I am no rector. Unabridged. Not too hot. Not too indeterminate. Gathering meal ingredients. I would ask that any of them have gone years unknowing that my shelves carry a bit more handy. Construct a rigidly hierarchical society. Bought forms of this plane to form a comet's tail along the path of the future. Moves little and resembles. No Jasper, soaking wet. It's the first cider skin. No, it's not full. I know why sometimes walking next to one of those makes it collect it, and other times it takes its time. So did I read this one? I'll read it again. At the Battle of Nashur, Shalashid II fought as a mercenary to subjugate crabs. She wielded a prismatic pistol with such artfulness that it became forever known as Prismatic Crab's Blight. Pistol made to kill crabs. Actually, kinda sounds handy. Weird artifact. It's a masterwork folding chair. Alright, another sip, then we'll read some books. Okay, first one. Her light and renewed purpose across. Everything could have told, but my absence dawned in time. Thrown and dissolved, first edition. But his daughter had not been observed. Fur prized for its set, Volume 7. Words spoken from your experience and inscribed to form a large creature. You operate. Spiral cave mouth. Irk, come to cherish the act itself. Apply those silver hollows. A flawlessly spiraled barrel. A mound of wet hair and peeks out the temples in robotic likeness. Gait so deftly. I shall have to be truly reptile in part. Withered ivy. Hey, Warden, hold there. Who are you? What a fine day. Dementia moment. Of Bela's disputes. My dream self knew to avoid the place, where numbers go to the artifacts of time. It's lost to space and time, and it flicks leaves against one another. Rampant greenspread canopies a starburst, Volume 7. That be the Spindle's control unit, housed in a marsh dweller hand-knotted dead sit-sit. For it's a phenomenon, Volume 2. By the time of Uframasp, the slag was mined and molded into a scarlet hex mesh and keyed to its rhythm. At least as strong as a space-filling medium capable of acting upon the supping lords. Saltback could leave. I materialized in the crown wheel. Their skulls for cosmetic reasons. Nothing had prepared me for a fully grown bloom to survive so long. I ran for nothing. From earth to take. What a prodigious rain. Bless that coiled lamb. Oh. See some sparking over there. And some fire. More fire. oven in the depiction. Then the air began to fall. The First Humanoid, Volume 7. One of the River Svi ascended the rostrum and reported on the practice of glassblowing, and Jasrber was forced upon the accounts given by fungi who crossed Mogre Yi on the shores of a life. Surrounds of foam. They're not what they seem. More knives. And more things to sell. Lifetimes Without Ever Encountering, Volume 6. Climber, thou didst rouse a child. Reshaping Nook in court. So that his heart swell when he is with my fangs. Yet established about the people, they conspired against me. Erg the Consider thy words ere thou sayest them, and thou hast seen it, skipping hither and yon in search of a vandal's edit. There, the soft warmth of morning. People I might. Here it is only blood and fear. Field perhaps as a small splinter. My people have walked the salt sky alongside the Musa, lily pad folk, you say. When an Aramite consults the Teraphim, some of the implications of their roaming across the ass. I mean, I understand the implications of roaming across an ass, but I don't know. If only that was a picture book. High relief folds, the rocks, everyone else. In grainy wood is perforated. Do you have Kindrish? Oh. Smears and arc burns. Together, we watch. Fury how might being in motion. Hemlock Cones once said, as like begets like in daily life, so too in mystery. Clicks to Moon, Volume 7. I am not rough with thee. For very long, in any way. So blame birds. Will do. Strum and the people in town. Already too candid. Construct a rigidly hierarchical society. Didn't I find this one already? Maybe not. It does not even occur to him to others in ways he couldn't have imagined for myself, giving me the penitent. By King Rhodos to King. A most impressive object lesson, since from it in the sun-dimmed grottos of stripped earth, or stippled earth, the honeycomb the fossil people, a machine where overlays the slump of the illustrious heart of Chrome. Alright. I think we're done with this place. Ooh, what's this? Is it a landmine? It is. Alright. Done with that. How about 6 days stilt? Got plenty of books. Although, I'm thinking I won't turn them in right away. Probably just leave them in a box over there. The first, Magashan. Buildings are sealed. But there is graffiti. What is your wisdom? The wisdom is lost to time. Well. Alright. Grab the pickaxe. Some boots. Already have better boots. Here's that legendary Gutsmonger. Might as well go check him out. Got a level 2. Or quick. Still not sure if I actually want to invest into short blades properly. Think I might just save my points. Go to Kakyuka after. Grab the first thing in cooking and gathering and then grab the rest of it. Probably a good idea. Probably. Also, a couple of artifacts. What do we got? An electro bow. Normality gas grenade, Mark 1. Shrine to Polyphromosp, the Kapar Sorrow. In 4938 before Reshef. Polyphromosp, the Worldly Ghost, the Kapar Sorrow. Died of natural causes. She was 86 years old. Devil Bird. Not so strong now, are you? Spray foam. Compass bracelet. Explosive grenade. Carbide boots. Pretty sure better than the Fullerite. Fullerite ages. Advanced toolkit. EMP Grenade Mark III. Love Injector. New Dagger. Not better than my current daggers, though. Only got the one solar cell. Gonna stick it in the box. Here we are. In 99, before Reshef, Reshef appointed Rebecca administrator of the jewelers' monarchy of Kabashan. She tendered alms for the sick in his name. There's a bunch of people I should get around to talking to, but I'll get the important thing done. First of all, say hello to Shiba, which this time is an unplanished godhead. Drop the box, stick the books in there. There's a lot of books. Alright, that's all of them. And I forget what the hotkey was to actually move all this over. Is it this one? No. Is it this one? No. Damn it. This is why you don't take a break from a game. That button. Great. I have to do it again. Trade is O. Damn it. One button. I didn't check. Okay. And now we select all of it again. Do it faster. I'll get the ones I'm missing later. Okay. And all of those, then the rest. Says right at the bottom middle of the window. You are entirely correct. I was looking down here and going, why doesn't it say so? Just been staring me right in the face right there. I look for the correct buttons, like I look for cheese in the fridge. Which is to say, not very well. Anyway, hello there, Lilyheart. What's your reputation like? Loved by pariahs, admired by the Mechanimist, for explaining the meaning of the Canticle's Chromaic. Have some water. And let me tell you about how there's a place called Tamish. And also the Dodecahedron, 24th Meritum. It's a place. There are things there. Also tell me about this work. Lovely. Take a seat. Chew the bark with me. And I will tell you what I know. I've heard tell that my ancestral hometown, Bela, is in some kind of trouble. They've opened their borders for the first time I know of, and are specifically seeking to hire Kendrin. That's their word for outsiders like you. Would you be willing to go see what they need? Yeah, sure. Sounds like fun. Bless you, friend. I feel better knowing that at least one Kendrin will reach back to aid my kin. They are on the cusp of a new fate, and I wish to see it while I yet live. Let me advise you of Bela's location, and here's a little chew boon for your trouble. Thank you. Live and drink. And how about you? Supper, disciple of Coiled Lamb. Is loved by the cult, hated by the Mopango for leading a raiding party on one of their camps. Disliked by the villagers of Amu for tricking them into sharing their fresh water. And disliked by apes for ruining the festival of Ut-Yara-Uks. It's been a bad boy this time. Alright, now where's the warden? Probably sleeping around here somewhere. There they are. Warden Esther. Loved by the Fellowship of Wardens, disliked by Mollusk for questioning the origins of the moon, admired by the Merchants Guild for penning a moving poem, and disliked by the villagers of Amu for giving one of their kind an unfavorable horoscope reading. Well, I do like being liked by the merchants. Of course you teleport away. I can do that too, you know. Just not quite as accurately. Have some water. Teach me about the shield. And I will teach you about goat folk villages. And Bela. Alright. So, up until I decide I want to bother with multi-weapon fighting, just gonna use the Aegis. Oh, I got all this stuff I need to sell or use. But I am feeling mighty lazy. Do have quite a bit of drink left. Fuck it. We're exploring the 6-day stilt. Right after I eat some hot and spiny. Let the goats and pigs be free. A painted vessel. At daybreak on the winter solstice, a babe was found swaddled with a telescope on its eyes by a group of crabs in the glassblower's democracy of Shazobad. They took her into their fold and fostered her, and she became known as Shalashid, gleaming babe of crabs. Right. Haberdasher, goat herder, pig farmer. Nothing super important. Go clockwise. Shoemaker, jeweler, gunsmith. I might as well trade for some gems. It's an important knife. And by that I mean, it's a regular ass knife that I gave some shitty name to. Sell it. Alright. Bunch of gems. Should make the trading a little bit easier. Or a little bit harder. Depends on what I want to buy. This guy's got some guns. Acting against the enfranchisement of insects, Polisher led an army to the gates of Durkawan. He liberated its citizens, and in his honor, they thenceforth called it Polishiribad. But whatever this is, it's almost certainly some kind of gun. Might as well buy it. It's a carbine. Should have known it wasn't going to be a pistol with that amount of weight. Romad Caravan. Bunch of trinkets. Fullerite plate mail. Whole pile of bullets. And another solar cell. I'll buy some trinkets. What do we got? Salt mill. Desalination pellet. Flashbang Mark II. Yep, not the best read. Cloning drought. Or draft. Keep mispronouncing that all the time, because it is not spelled how it is said. At least, not how I think it would be said. This guy's got a bone meal. Kinda want it. But I'm gonna get it. gunsmith, and a couple of hatters. Carbine, revolvers, musket, rifle. A 3-pound mysterious object. Well, I know this is a bad value trade, so I'm gonna sell the gem instead. Semi-automatic pistol. Schematic drafters and another gunsmith. Also a bookbinder. Willowy. Baghammers are neat, but it's gonna be a while before I can even make one, or might use it properly. Tattoo gun. Will purchase willowy. Grenade blueprints. Don't need those. Painted vase. Throughout the entirety of 2454 before Reshef, Ufremasp wreaked havoc on Alva's Sapir, kidnapping the smartest children from the homes of mysterious strangers and worms. He became known as the Sapir Woe. Apple farmer, goat herder, shoemaker, vintner. Bunch of nerds. An ichor merchant. At the Battle of Tugamas, Polyphemasp fought to liberate vines. She wielded a traveling axe with such finesse that it became known as Travelingicus, Vine's friend. I already read that one. While wandering around the jeweler's monarchy of Quabashan, Shalashit II discovered New Narkush. There, she befriended winged mammals and built a glass gazebo. Alright. On that interesting little bit of lore, I'm gonna go have another quick break. Be right back. Alright, I'm back. Should be one more screen of the 6-day still. Or still the ground. Anything cool painted on here? While leading a small army in the glassblower's democracy of Shazopad, Polyphrismas challenged the Sultan of Kud to a duel over an ordinance prohibiting the practice of leaving her home forever. She won and seized the crown. She was 80 years old. Cobalt tube. Kinda want it. See if the Kipper has anything. Soul curd, mash lag. Dream smoke. This one's more of a later kind of thing. Alright, buy all of those, sell the electro bow. Then, gonna go back over to the apothecary, get the tube, sell the glow sphere. I need to trade a little bit more though. Sell the yonder cane. Right. Didn't invest in tinkering yet. Blaze injector. Alright. I think that's enough 6-day stilt. Go back to Samas. Didn't have any outstanding missions for anything. Alright. So I could go to Kekuka, or I could go to the Rusted Archway. Gonna go to the Archway. No Gatling turrets yet. Kinda hoping the shield would push the door open. Wishful thinking. Carbide plane armor, floating spheres, and some sneakers. Now I sure hope that's gonna be enough armor, because I think that's the best I'm gonna be getting for a while. Plus if I'm lucky. Actually, still the gloves that could use an upgrade. Did have a chance for one, sort of. There's the turret. A big open area. Alright. Run in with the shield up. Kill one. Kill two. Run away. No, do it again. Easy peasy. Petty mortal, bring me 3 piles of ash, and I shall reward you with a splendid vestment. Piles of ashes. Don't think I have a way of making those yet, but shouldn't be too difficult. Level 14. Could keep pumping this up. Or I could start bringing the rest of it back up. Yeah, more quick. $200 points. Disarming shot would be pretty nice. Maybe next to mutation points I should stick into triple jointed. I'll grab Tinker 1. 6-fingered bod. Shouldn't have sold that carbine and the electro bow. could have been able to apply willowy to these. Yeah, whatever. I'll find some eventually. I don't have some right now. Yeah, nah. Don't have any. Sparks flying everywhere. Custom visage. Grab this. Schema saw for heavy weapons. And pentaceps. Just have to resist the urge to drive this character into a brick wall so I can start over with a Truekin. I'm not doing it this time. I've done it far too many times already. Alright, that's all of this place. Now the rest of this place. Some chain boots. Normally a good find for this place. Rummaging over your surroundings, you find these ingredients: a nip of rust, a hunk of cheese, and a visiting roasted antenna. And that's this place clear. Alright, and now Kyakyukia. Gonna learn to cook. Hendrix. Loved by the Fellowship of Wardens and Pariahs. Admired by the villagers of Kyakyukia. Hated by goat folk. And disliked by apes. I'll come back if I need more Kyakyukia rep. And Nuntu. Disliked by the pistachio woo of Took Order for tricking them into sharing their fresh water. I'm sure he had good reason for it. Elm of the Sapweep. And Forgotten Ruins. Is a book on dried law petals. Past an object. Dried law petal, fine warfer sheaf. Whenever you become afraid, you don't first for the next 12 hours. And +2 mental armor. How about the other books? Has achieved a high. Aloft of Gyaos, a sight twinkling. For work? I can't say. They billow like an overhead if it can only rebound from it and return symbology. Intercepted by Snapjaws. The hunter fought and slew each man in turn. Smelled most rotten. Obviously and unfortunately, no primary sources are available from these distant lands. But I'll build it now. Dot dot dot. Dot dot dot. Correct. Vantage point. Why? What have you done? What am I to grant us refuge? And I am one in many. Let me just borrow some of this water you have lying around. Alright, wanted to get a bunch of cooking skills. I'll grab Spicer. I'll wait to get Carbide Chef. Mostly because I don't have a choice. Oh hey, more water. Purchase more bullet. Chain gauntlet. It is an upgrade. May as well get it. A painted, folded carbide battle axe. I already read that one. And a painted, scaled steel buckler. Inside a colossal mote of light, Shalashid cemented her friendship with Tinkers by marrying Halithara. Definitely buy that steel buckler if it didn't cost so much more from those two mods. Got the Kikuka recoiler. Plastic tree. Do have quite a few things worth money. Maybe try to make my way over to Almond Porch. It's a little bit risky, but I do have the bubble. Just make sure there's a chem cell inside the recoiler. Alright, begin the journey. Roasted boar. Yeah, let's check it out. Discovered Bostar, Goat Folk Village. Steel gauntlets. I think are the same as my current gauntlets, except they weigh slightly more. Chain coif. Is more armor. Might as well wear it. Patchwork coat. I forget if these were worth collecting. Guess I'll find out. Acid gas grenades. Scaled weird artifact. It's a scaled tread guard. Not gonna need those. Some biological hand grenades. Or is the right term organic? Homegrown, even. Don't need to cook anything fancy. Fine wafer, cider. And a quiet mushroom cap and a pinch of boar hair. Your emeralds over here. Could be something good. Just a couple of dudes being guys. Not much on them. Lots of trees in the way. Why fight a swarm of dudes when I can just bubble up and shoot them as they just kind of stand there confused? Jewel-encrusted carbide battle axe. Fancy. Obsidian Chris. Tubular hydrojets. Phase harmonic modulator. Another semi-automatic pistol. Very nice. Still plenty of unexplored zone. Discovered a lair of Baya Boko Bumu Bomogi, legendary deep slumberling. Not gonna be going there anytime soon. Lost in the jungle. No longer lost in the jungle. Huh. Didn't expect that. Bunch of Templars. Domesticated Gyrewhite. Big ol' Gershworm. Bustispard Illyrian. Warmonger amongst the true. Loved by the Templar, hated by trolls, disliked by frogs. Over here we have Panodict Nald, Knight Commander of the Holy Temple. Loved by the Templar, hated by the villagers of Kapar, and admired by the villagers of Ezra. Huh. Well, I'm not gonna be staying here. Not sure who they just killed. Also some more information about Reshef. In 2 AR, Rebecca died of Glotrot, and on her deathbed Reshef forgave her and absolved her of sin. He allowed her to be buried in the village of Ezra, outside the gate to the tomb of the Eaters, and beneath the shadow of the spindle. Think they just killed one of their own guys. 2 of their own guys. Got the other statues real quick. Oh, that one had new stuff. During a trek through the glassblower's democracy of Shazopad, Polyphemus' chariot was driven off a cliff by a nefarious clique of equines. She was killed at 73 years old. Damn it. I could have probably just stabbed it to death from the inside, but just wanted to get here. Hello there, Mr. Tree. Mayor Hadass, loved by the villagers of Istra and trees, disliked by the villagers of Karashur. For some reason no one can remember. Oh, you sound pretty neat. Have some water. The trees are now indifferent. Have some banana, oat, and sweet leaf. Whenever you take damage, there's an 8% chance you teleport all the creatures surrounding you. Sounds kinda useful. Alright, time to learn. Lead acid cell. Don't really need the acid or poison gas grenades. But it's still good to know how to make them. Just in case. I think that's everything I have to learn. Or that I can learn. Still the small spheres, but too complex. Alright, shotgun shells and lead slugs. Nearly forgot. Hello, Warden. Good reputation all around. Have some oil. Good old 6 shrew. Painted crystal battle axe. In 2433 before Reshef, Uframasp challenged the Sultan of Kud to a duel over an ordinance prohibiting the practice of taking measurements. He won and seized the gilded scepter. He was 54 years old. Maintenance security guard there. Not terribly much else. Unless if I wanted to switch over to maces. Which is always tempting. But I won't this time. So, nearly 1,200 worth of trade material. Not enough for some of these more expensive artifacts though. And grab the cheap ones. And the maintenance security guard. And there we go. A fine trade. Hello there, Ilahaj. Hated by the water barons for telling body jokes, and disliked by the Mopango for worshipping a highly entropic being. Yeah. Hate to lose rep with those guys, but I do enjoy gaining repair. Teach me your ways. Danon. That is a pretty good mod. Won't be able to use it for a while, but might as well get it now. Alright. Sturdy Ezra Recoiler. High capacity chemcell. High explosive missile. Not smart enough to reverse engineer. Alright. I think this would be a pretty alright stopping point. Went full random, but actually kind of worked out. Have a sort of, kind of, maybe coherent build where everything works together, and I'm not gonna accidentally teleport myself into a wall or something. Or at least, not yet. Alright. Let's see if I manage to scare everyone off from that raid. Not all of them. Okay, in that case, let me see if I can't make a raid of my own. Oh hey, there's someone here that I haven't had the chance to raid before. Certain orb, if you will. Okay, send the raid on over to Hira. Seems to be drawing pretty pictures. Let's go see how that's going. And as for people watching the recording, just the usual. Hopefully the stream didn't suck. See ya.